hat saw courage in Harry Potter, but when it offered Slytherin, he did not refuse. Tonight, discover how one silent choice reshaped his friendships, his war, and the house beneath the lake. Subscribe for the next What If, and join us on Patreon for the unbroken night. Close your eyes and let mischief be managed. Harry Potter walked between the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables, following the other first years. He had seen magic for an entire month now. Diagon Alley, the wand that chose him, the train through the Scottish Highlands. But nothing had prepared him for this. Professor McGonagall placed the stool before the staff table. On it sat the Sorting Hat, patched and frayed and ancient beyond measure. The hat twitched, and a rip near the brim opened like a mouth, and it began to sing. Harry barely heard the words. His eyes were on the Slytherin table, where green and silver banners hung above students who watched the ceremony with expressions he could not read. Draco Malfoy, the pale boy from the train who had offered his hand, sat among them, already sorted. He was watching Harry as though he expected a debt to be collected. McGonagall called names. Hermione Granger went to Gryffindor. Neville Longbottom followed. Then Ron Weasley, the red-haired boy from the train, was sent to Gryffindor before the hat had settled on his head. And then McGonagall called, "Potter Harry." The hall went silent. Harry had expected whispers. There had been whispers all day, on the train, in the boats across the lake. But this was different. This was a held breath. Every face in the room turned toward him. At the staff table, a man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles leaned forward slightly. Beside him, a teacher in black robes with greasy dark hair and a hooked nose went very still. Harry walked to the stool, sat down. McGonagall lowered the hat over his eyes, and the world became darkness and the smell of old fabric. The voice in his ear considered him carefully. It found courage, a capable mind, and something Harry had never named before. An almost painful need to prove that the Dursleys had been wrong about him. The hat lingered over the determination. It sensed ambition, too, and suggested that Slytherin could teach him how to turn it into something great. Harry gripped the edges of the stool. Harry thought of Hagrid, the enormous man who had found him in that hut on the rock and told him the truth about his parents. Hagrid had said there was not a single witch or wizard who went bad who was not in Slytherin. He had said it with such certainty, such simple warmth, that the words had lodged in Harry's chest like a warning. But the hat had also said ambition, determination, a thirst to prove yourself. Harry had spent 11 years being told he was nothing, a burden, a freak, a cupboard-dwelling afterthought. If there was something in him that wanted to be more, was that wrong? He thought of Draco's hand, extended on the train. Not Slytherin, he had nearly said that morning. But now, under the hat, the protest did not come. "Are you sure?" the voice murmured. "You do not want to argue?" Harry thought of the green and silver table, the students who had watched him with something other than the awed stares he had received all day. They had looked at him like he was a question they were trying to solve. For a boy who had spent his life being either invisible or despised, that was almost an invitation. He said nothing. "Very well," said the hat, and then, aloud, in a voice that carried to every corner of the hall, "Slytherin!" The silence was absolute. 3 seconds of held breath before a tall, dark-haired boy at the Slytherin table began to clap. Others joined. It was measured, polite, assessing. Harry walked to the Slytherin bench and sat down. Draco Malfoy was already sliding along the bench toward him. "Potter," he said, and his smile was genuine, but his eyes were measuring. "Welcome to the winning side." Harry did not know how to answer. He looked toward the Gryffindor table. Ron Weasley was staring at him with an expression of open disbelief. Across from Ron, Hermione Granger's brow was furrowed in what looked like concern. At the staff table, the greasy-haired man in black was looking at Harry with an expression Harry could not name. But it was not the hatred he might have expected. It was something more private, something that looked almost like pain. Dumbledore rose to welcome them all. He spoke of the Forbidden Forest and the third-floor corridor, and a few odd words about nitwit, blubber, oddment, and tweak. Harry barely heard any of it. He was in Slytherin, the House of Salazar, of the Dark Lord who killed his parents, of every dark witch and wizard Hagrid had ever named. And yet the greenish light from the enchanted ceiling felt, in that moment, not like a warning, but like a question he had not yet learned to answer. Harry followed the prefect through corridors that descended by slow degrees until they stopped before a stretch of blank wall. The prefect spoke a password, and the wall slid open. The enchanted windows looked directly into the dark water of the lake. Through them, Harry could see the slow drift of fish, and, as he watched, a pale tentacle as thick as his arm slid across the glass. The giant squid Hagrid had mentioned. The green, diffuse light from the lake made the common room feel like a chamber at the bottom of the world. The fire in the ornate fireplace burned with a greenish cast. Old portraits of severe-faced witches and wizards watched the new arrivals. The prefect directed the first-year boys to their dormitory. Harry pushed open the heavy door and found a circular room with 7 four-poster beds arranged around the walls, their hangings green and silver. The enchanted windows continued here, and through them, Harry could see the same drifting darkness, the same occasional gleam of passing fish. Draco Malfoy claimed the bed nearest the large window. Crabbe and Goyle took the beds on either side. Theodore Nott chose the far corner without speaking. Blaise Zabini took the bed beside the door with an expression of detached amusement. That left Harry the bed by a smaller arched window. He sat on the green coverlet and watched the water shift beyond the glass. The giant squid's tentacle appeared again, pressing briefly against the glass before retreating. "Potter." Draco stood at the foot of Harry's bed. "You never answered me on the train about the right sort of people." "I do not know what the right sort of people are," Harry said. "I grew up with muggles." The admission landed in the room like a stone in still water. Draco's expression flickered. Surprise. Then something that might have been disappointment. Then a swift recovery into the easy confidence of a boy who had been raised to believe he could handle anything. "Muggles," he repeated. "Well, you are here now, and you would do well to learn quickly. In Slytherin, who you know is almost as important as what you are." "And what am I?" The question was honest. He did not know what he was in this room full of old names and older expectations. Draco did not answer immediately. He looked at Harry for a long moment, at the scar on his forehead, visible now that his hair had dried from the boat crossing, and something in his expression shifted. "You are the boy who lived," he said. "That means something," even if you do not know what yet. He turned and walked back to his bed. The tension in the room eased, but did not break. Harry lay back on his green coverlet and watched the water beyond the glass. The squid had gone. Only the slow drift of something that might have been weed remained, and the deep, steady hush of the lake pressing against the castle's foundations. Across the room, the girls were settling into their dormitory. Harry heard their voices through the wall. He did not yet know the name of the quiet girl with honey-colored hair who had watched without speaking. He would learn it later. Daphne Greengrass, or the small girl beside her, Tracy Davis, a half-blood who carried no family name to protect. But that first night, Harry knew none of this. He knew only the green light, the watching water, and the weight of a house that had claimed him without his asking, and would now demand he prove why. Severus Snape was waiting for him on the first Friday of term. Potions class met in a dungeon that smelled of pickled things and old stone. The man who swept through the door moved like a predator. His black robes billowed without wind. Snape told them that potion making rewarded precision rather than foolish wand waving. In his classroom, he said, a disciplined student could distill effects that looked almost like fame, glory, or victory over death. His tone made it equally clear that he expected very few of them to qualify. Harry felt Snape's attention like physical pressure. It was not hatred. Harry knew hatred, but something more complex. Recognition and grief and a wall of cold so thick, Harry could feel the frost from across the dungeon. Snape did not ask him questions. He simply looked at Harry, his black eyes tracing the scar, and moved on. He called on Draco. He called on Hermione. He did not call on Harry. He did not humiliate him. He simply moved past him as though Harry were a specimen he had not yet decided how to classify. The Slytherins noticed. Draco's eyes narrowed. Hermione took notes with desperate focus. Ron scowled at his cauldron, carefully not looking at Harry. When the class ended, Harry packed slowly, but Snape was still at his desk, and as Harry passed, the man spoke quietly. Your mother was excellent at potions. Harry stopped, turned. Snape was not looking at him. He was examining a jar of preserved bat spleens with apparent fascination. What? Harry said. Snape did not repeat himself. He did not look up. He said, in the same quiet, almost absent tone, you have her eyes. Do not waste them on foolishness. Then he waved a hand toward the door, and Harry found himself in the corridor, the dungeon door closing behind him with a softness that felt more final than any slam. He walked to the great hall with the words turning over in his mind. You have her eyes. Snape had known his mother, and yet everything about the man was cold and cutting. The splinter of that sentence lodged in his chest, a mystery he would carry for years. October brought rain and a discovery. The Hogwarts library was a refuge. Harry had learned to navigate the green-lit common room. Draco's friendship was conditional. Pansy reported everything, and Blay was the safest person to sit beside because he simply did not care enough to judge. On a wet evening when the politics grew too thick, Harry found Hermione Granger at the best table. Books were spread around her in a semicircle. Harry sat at the other end of the table without speaking. He had Transfiguration homework that was defeating him, and the silence of the library was easier than the watching silence of his common room. They ignored each other for an hour. Then Hermione looked up from her book and said, "You have written aconite instead of asphodel in your potions essay. Aconite is wolfsbane. Asphodel is a lily relative. They are not interchangeable." Harry looked down at his parchment. She was right. He had copied the wrong plant from 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. "Thank you," he said. Hermione seemed to have been expecting an argument. She blinked. "You are welcome," she said, and returned to her book. The next evening, he was there again. So was she. When she corrected his misinterpretation of Gamp's law, Harry asked her to explain it. She did, until the library lamps dimmed and Madame Pince hovered at the end of the aisle. This was not friendship yet, but Hermione did not care that he was a Slytherin. She cared that he had cited the wrong edition of magical drafts and potions, and that was, in its own way, acceptance. The Philosopher's Stone was hidden beneath the third-floor corridor, behind a series of enchantments that the three of them had solved together over the course of the year. The three of them: Harry, Ron, and Hermione. It had not happened the way Harry might have imagined. Ron had not spoken to him for the first month of term, and when he finally did, it was only to tell Harry that his family had always known Slytherins were trouble. Harry had answered that his parents had been Gryffindors, and that had not saved them from a Slytherin's master. The silence that followed had been worse than the hostility. But then the troll had come on Halloween, and Hermione had been trapped in the girls' bathroom, and Harry had run toward the danger without thinking, because that was what he did, what he had always done, what the hat had apparently seen in him as clearly as it saw ambition. Ron had followed. Between the two of them and a levitation charm, they had saved her, and something had shifted between the three of them that night. It was not yet trust, but it was the beginning of it. Now, in the final chamber beneath the school, Harry stood before the mirror of Arist for the second time. Quirrell, or the thing wearing Quirrell, stood between him and the exit, and on the back of the man's turban, a face was forming. Red eyes, slitted nostrils, a mouth that spoke in a voice like winter wind. "Harry Potter," said Voldemort, "we meet again." Ron lay unconscious near the giant chessboard. Hermione waited beyond the potions chamber. The final test was Harry's alone. He looked into the mirror of Arist and saw himself holding the stone, not to use it, but to protect it. The stone dropped into his pocket. Real, solid, warm. "You have it," Voldemort whispered, and Quirrell lunged. Hands closed around Harry's throat. And then Quirrell was screaming, his hands blistering and crumbling. Harry's mother's protection burned in his blood. Harry held on, and Voldemort's spirit erupted from the corpse, passing through him like ice and shadow before vanishing. Harry did not let go. He held onto Quirrell's wrist with both hands and pressed forward, and the possessed man's body disintegrated around him. Voldemort's spirit, half-formed and shrieking, erupted from the corpse, a shadow that passed through Harry like ice and darkness. And then it was gone. The chamber was silent. The stone lay on the floor where Harry had dropped it, glinting red in the torchlight. He woke in the hospital wing 3 days later. Dumbledore was beside his bed. Dumbledore observed that the supposed secrecy surrounding the underground chamber had already failed spectacularly. Nearly everyone in the school seemed to know some version of what Harry had done. The familiar spark in his eyes suggested that he did not consider this entirely unfortunate. Ron and Hermione arrived an hour later, and Ron stood at the foot of Harry's bed, with his hands in his pockets and his ears turning red. "You could have given it to him," he said. "The stone, I mean. You could have walked away, saved yourself. Why did you not?" Harry considered the question. He could have given many answers. About courage, about his parents, about the strange certainty that had filled him when he looked into the mirror. But the truth was simpler than any of that. "Because it would have been wrong," he said. Ron nodded once. Hermione squeezed Harry's hand. They were not a trio yet. Not the way they might have been if Harry had worn different colors. But they had crossed the traps together, and Harry had stood alone and refused. And that refusal was the foundation on which something stronger could be built. The green light of the Slytherin common room was waiting. But when Harry walked in, something had changed. His housemates looked at him differently. Daphne Greengrass, who had said nothing to him all year, met his eyes from her seat by the fire and gave him the smallest of nods. It was not much. It was barely anything at all. But it was the first time a Slytherin who owed him nothing had chosen to acknowledge him. Harry lay in his bed that night and watched the giant squid drift past his window. The lake was calm, the green light was steady, and somewhere in the dark water, something was swimming that he could not yet see. But he was beginning to understand that he could learn to look. The second year began with a flying car and a howler that made Draco Malfoy laugh for an hour. But the laughter did not last. It was December when Gilderoy Lockhart, a man whose smile occupied more space than his wand work, announced the formation of a dueling club. The great hall had been cleared of tables, and a raised platform stood in the center. Harry stood among the Slytherins, watching Lockhart demonstrate a disarm with a flourish, so theatrical that Snape, standing opposite him, looked as though he were considering whether murder was worth the paperwork. When the demonstration ended and Lockhart called for student volunteers, Snape's black eyes found Harry immediately. "Potter," he said, "and Malfoy." Harry walked onto the platform. Draco faced him, wand raised, the ghost of a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. They had shared a dormitory for over a year now, and their relationship had settled into something that was neither friendship nor open war. Draco still offered the hand of alliance in his own way, invitations to sit with his crowd, suggestions about the right sort of people, pointed remarks about Ron Weasley that Harry had learned to deflect without engaging. Harry had learned to navigate the space between acceptance and rejection with the care of someone walking a high rope over dark water. They exchanged spells. Draco fired first, a tickling charm that Harry blocked, then a jelly-legs jinx that Harry dodged. Harry returned a disarming charm that sent Draco's wand spinning across the platform. Draco retrieved it with a flush on his pale cheeks, and then he did something unexpected. He conjured a snake. The serpent materialized in the air and landed on the platform between them, black and glossy and coiling. It raised its head and hissed at Harry. The students nearest the platform drew back. Some gasped. "Don't move, Potter," Snape said, stepping forward. "I will get rid of it." But there was something in his voice, not concern, but calculation. He was watching to see what Harry would do. Harry did not think. The snake was frightened. He could see it in the way its body coiled too tight, the way its tongue flickered too fast. It was just an animal, conjured into a strange place by a spell it had not asked for. Harry opened his mouth and spoke. The sound that came out was not English. It was a dry, sibilant whisper, a series of clicks and hisses that made no sense to his own ears, but felt entirely natural in his throat. The snake turned toward him. Its coils loosened, its head dipped, once as though in acknowledgement, and then it slithered off the platform and across the flagstones toward the door. The great hall was frozen. Harry looked up and saw 100 faces staring at him. Hermione's hand was pressed to her mouth. Ron had gone pale, paler even than Draco, who was staring at Harry with an expression that was equal parts awe and alarm. And from somewhere behind Harry, a Slytherin second-year girl whispered 2 words that cut through the silence like a knife. Heir of Slytherin. The words rippled outward. Heads turned. Whispers spread. Harry felt the floor tilt beneath him. He looked at Snape, but Snape's face was unreadable, as it always was, as it would always be. The only thing Harry could read in those black eyes was confirmation. Yes, they said. Yes, this is what you are. What will you do with it now? The attacks had begun weeks before the dueling club, on Halloween, when Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, was found hanging by her tail from a torch bracket, frozen stiff as a statue. A blood-red warning on the wall announced that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened and threatened the enemies of its heir. By December, fear had already settled into the castle. Harry's public display of Parseltongue gave that fear a face. Harry stood in the corridor with the other students, watching Filch sob over his pet, and he felt the eyes of the school on him like a weight. He had been seen speaking Parseltongue, the language of Salazar Slytherin, the language of serpents, the language the heir of Slytherin had used to command the monster in the chamber 1,000 years ago. And now, the chamber was open again. That night, the Slytherin common room was a battlefield. Of course it is not Potter, Draco was saying, but his voice was uncertain, and Harry could hear the effort it took to maintain the dismissal. Do you think the heir of Slytherin would announce himself by talking to a conjured snake in front of the entire school? That is the opposite of cunning. But he speaks Parseltongue, Pansy Parkinson said. She was sitting on the arm of Draco's chair, her arms crossed, her gaze fixed on Harry. Who else speaks Parseltongue? The Dark Lord, Salazar Slytherin himself. It is a gift of Slytherin's bloodline. I am not Slytherin's bloodline, Harry said. The common room went quiet. I do not know why I can speak to snakes. I do not know who opened the chamber, and I am as frightened as anyone. Pansy looked at him with open disbelief. Draco's expression flickered. Something complicated, moving behind his pale gray eyes. Crabbe and Goyle looked confused, which was their default state. Theodore Knott watched from his corner with the cold detachment of a naturalist observing a particularly interesting insect. But it was Daphne Greengrass who made Harry pause. She was sitting near the enchanted windows, the green lake light making her honey-colored hair look almost silver. She had not spoken. She rarely spoke. But when Harry looked at her, she met his eyes, and after a long moment, she nodded. Once, the smallest possible movement. No one else saw it. She had angled her body so that only Harry could see her face. But it was a signal, an acknowledgement. In a house where every word was a weapon and every silence was a strategy. That tiny nod was the closest thing to an alliance Harry had received from a Slytherin, who was not Draco. He went to bed that night, knowing that his own house was afraid of him. Some of them were afraid of what he might be. The heir returned, the monster's master. Others were afraid of what his presence might bring down upon them. Suspicion, scrutiny, the attention of the other houses. And a few, he was beginning to suspect, were afraid of something else entirely. Afraid of what it would mean if he was not the heir. Afraid of the choice they would have to make if the monster in the chamber had nothing to do with Harry Potter and everything to do with what Slytherin House had been for 1,000 years. Ginny Weasley was taken in late spring. Harry learned of it from Ron, who had come to find him in the library despite everything. Despite the house colors between them, despite the months of careful distance, despite the fact that Ron's sister was dying somewhere beneath the castle and the only person who seemed to know where was the legend of a monster that had not stirred in a millennium. "It is the chamber," Ron said, and his voice was raw with a desperation Harry had never heard there. "The thing that has been petrifying people. It has taken her. The writing on the wall said her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever." Harry did not hesitate. He did not weigh options or calculate risks. Ron showed him the torn library page that had been found clenched in Hermione's hand after she was petrified. Her final clue made the pattern clear. The monster was a basilisk. It traveled through the pipes, and its victims had survived only because none had met its gaze directly. Harry, who could hear it and speak its language, was the only one who might be able to open the chamber. Harry and Ron forced Lockhart to accompany them. He proved worse than useless. A fraud who stole Ron's damaged wand and tried to erase the boy's memories. The spell backfired, destroying Lockhart's memory and bringing down part of the tunnel. The rubble left Ron trapped with the dazed professor on one side and Harry alone on the other. Harry went on without them. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was a circular pipe that dropped into darkness. Harry slid down it into a tunnel of stone and slime and ancient air, and when he emerged, he was standing in a cavern that took his breath away. Massive serpent-carved pillars rose to a ceiling lost in shadow. Shallow water covered the floor, reflecting green torchlight that seemed to come from nowhere. And at the far end of the chamber, a stone face as tall as a house, Salazar Slytherin himself, carved into the living rock, his mouth open in a silent command. Ginny lay at the foot of the statue. She was pale and still, and her eyes were open but unseeing. Beside her stood a boy of about 16, handsome and dark-haired, wearing Hogwarts robes from 50 years ago. He was not real. Harry could see the stone floor through his body, but his smile was entirely solid. "Harry Potter," said Tom Riddle, "I have wanted to meet you for a very long time." What followed was a conversation that stripped Harry's understanding of his own house down to its foundations. Riddle spoke of Salazar Slytherin's vision, a Hogwarts purified of the unworthy, a wizarding world ruled by the strong. He spoke of the diary, of how he had possessed Ginny and used her to open the chamber. And then he spoke a name that Harry recognized. "Voldemort," Harry said. "You are Voldemort." Riddle smiled. "A name I fashioned from my own. A name I knew wizards everywhere would one day fear to speak. And you, Harry Potter, who defeated me as an infant, you wear Slytherin's colors. You speak Slytherin's tongue. You belong to Slytherin's house. Do you not see? This was always meant to be. You and I, both half-bloods, both parcel-mouths, both Slytherins. We could have been the greatest allies this world has ever known. Harry looked at the ghost of the boy who had become a monster. He looked at Ginny, dying on the cold stone. He looked at the carved face of Salazar Slytherin, whose vision of purity had poisoned his house for 1,000 years, and he made his choice. I am nothing like you, Harry said. The basilisk came when Riddle called it. It was vast, a serpent the length of the Hogwarts Express, its body thick as an oak trunk, its eyes the yellow of poison and death. Harry closed his eyes and ran. He did not know how he survived. Fawkes came, Dumbledore's phoenix, appearing in a flash of flame that blinded the basilisk and dropped the sorting hat into Harry's hands. From the hat, Harry pulled a sword. Gryffindor's sword, silver and ruby-studded and gleaming with a light that had nothing to do with the green torches. And when the basilisk struck, Harry drove the blade upward through the roof of its mouth and into its brain. The basilisk died screaming. Its venom burned through Harry's arm, a fire that consumed everything, that would have killed him if not for Fawkes's tears falling onto the wound, healing it with a warmth that felt like sunrise. Harry pulled the fang from his arm and stumbled to the diary. He drove the fang through its pages, and ink bled from it like blood. Tom Riddle's ghost dissolved with a cry, and the chamber was silent. Ginny stirred. Harry helped her to her feet, and as they stood together in the chamber of Salazar Slytherin, surrounded by the dead basilisk and the fading echo of a monster's end, Harry understood something he had been learning all year. His house was not his fate. He could carry its name without carrying its sins, and the proof was lying in front of him. A Slytherin had entered this chamber and killed Slytherin's monster, not to claim a legacy, to end one. The Slytherin common room was full when Harry returned that night. News traveled fast in Hogwarts, faster in the dungeons, where information was currency, and everyone paid attention. The story had already spread. Harry Potter, the boy who spoke to snakes, had gone into the Chamber of Secrets and killed the 1,000-year-old monster of Salazar Slytherin. He had saved a Gryffindor girl. He had defeated the memory of the Dark Lord. Harry did not give a speech. He was too tired, and his arm still ached where the basilisk fang had pierced it, and the weight of what he had done and seen was pressing on him like the water above the common room windows. He walked through the crowd of green-robed students and headed for the stairs to his dormitory. A hand caught his elbow. Daphne Greengrass. "My father will want to know what happened," she said, very quietly. Her eyes were on the crowd below them, not on Harry. To anyone watching, she was simply pausing on the stairs. "The Greengrasses have never taken the dark mark, but we have also never chosen a side. My father will want to know what I saw." "And what did you see?" Harry asked. Daphne was silent for a moment. The green light from the windows moved across her face as something large swam past outside. "I saw a Slytherin do something that every pureblood family in this room has spent 10 centuries saying was impossible," she said. "I will tell my father the truth." She released his elbow and continued up the stairs. Harry watched her go. Then he walked to his dormitory, climbed into his green-draped bed, and watched the giant squid drift past his window. For the first time since the Sorting Hat had called out that name, Harry felt something that might have been the beginning of belonging. Not to Slytherin as it had been, but to Slytherin as it might become. The third year brought Dementors and a godfather. Harry learned of Sirius Black before the start of term. A murderer, a servant of Voldemort, who had escaped the wizard prison of Azkaban and was coming for Harry. The Dementors, the guards of Azkaban, had been stationed around Hogwarts to intercept him, and their presence turned the autumn term into a season of cold. They fed on happiness, and when they came close, Harry heard his mother's dying moments inside his own skull. It was in June that the truth came out. The trail of events was tangled. A rat that was not a rat. A map that showed the castle's secrets. A werewolf who was also a teacher, and a confrontation in a haunted house in Hogsmeade that stripped away every lie Harry had been told. Sirius Black was not a murderer. He was Harry's godfather, and he was on his knees in the shrieking shack, his face gaunt and his eyes wild with 13 years of Azkaban's cold, reaching toward Harry as though he were reaching toward the sun. "I would have died rather than betray your parents," Sirius said. His voice was hoarse from disuse, and his hands were trembling. "James and Lily, they were my family. I was their secret keeper, or I was supposed to be, but I convinced them to use Peter instead. I thought it was the perfect plan. No one would suspect a weak, talentless thing like Pettigrew." And then he went straight to Voldemort. Peter Pettigrew was there, in the room, a small, rat-like man who had spent 12 years disguised as Ron's pet Scabbers. He was weeping and wheezing and begging for mercy, and Harry felt nothing for him but a cold disgust that surprised him with its depth. This was the man who had sold his parents to Voldemort. This was the man who had framed Sirius for the crime. Remus Lupin, the defense against the dark arts teacher, was restraining Sirius. Barely. The wolf inside him was close to the surface tonight. "Harry," Remus said, and his voice was the gentle, tired voice of a man who had lost everyone he loved and was trying not to lose the last of them. "Sirius is telling the truth. Peter is the traitor. I saw him on the map." Sirius looked at Harry with an expression of desperate hope. "I can give you a home," he said. "I know it is not much. I am a fugitive, and the house I own is a prison of its own. But it is yours. I am your godfather. Your parents named me, if you want it." Harry looked at Sirius Black, at the wasted body, the matted hair, the eyes that held 13 years of darkness and one desperate, fragile hope, and he did not hesitate. He walked forward and pulled Remus's hand away from Sirius's chest. "I want it," he said. "But first, we have to prove you are innocent." The plan failed. Pettigrew escaped in the chaos of the full moon, transforming into his rat form and vanishing through a gap in the floorboards. Sirius was captured by the Dementors at the castle, and Harry learned, in the hospital wing after everything had gone wrong, that he had a godfather who had tried to give him a home, and that the world was determined to take that home away. But he also learned something else. Dumbledore came to him that night, and when Harry told him what he had seen, what he had understood, Dumbledore's eyes held that strange mixture of pride and sorrow again. "What you did for Sirius tonight," he said, "is more than many wizards twice your age would have managed. You gave him back his truth." "It was not enough," Harry said. "He is still going to die." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. he suggested that Hogwarts still had ways of helping those prepared to ask the right questions, and that Hermione had recently been asking unusually precise ones about temporal magic. They saved Sirius that night, Harry and Hermione, spinning back through 3 hours of time on a loop of impossible magic that Harry still could not fully explain. They freed the hippogriff Buckbeak, flew him to the tower where Sirius was imprisoned, and watched as man and beast vanished into the night sky. Sirius was free. Harry had a godfather, and for the first time in 3 years, the green and silver of his house colors felt like something that carried more possibility than weight. The 4th year was the year of the Triwizard Tournament. Harry's name came out of the Goblet of Fire on Halloween, and the Great Hall turned against him in an instant. The Gryffindors, who had spent 3 years learning to tolerate him despite his house, now looked at him with the open hostility of betrayal. The Hufflepuffs whispered that he was a glory seeker who had cheated his way into a tournament meant for champions. The Ravenclaws drew conclusions from incomplete data and found him wanting. And the Slytherins, his own house, were the worst of all. "Potter has done it again," Draco announced to the common room on the night after the selection. He was standing by the fire, his arms crossed, his audience assembled. Always the center of attention, always the exception. The rest of us work for everything. Potter just exists, and the world rearranges itself around him. Harry was sitting near the enchanted windows, the green waterlight cold on his face. He did not answer. He had explained to Dumbledore, to McGonagall, to anyone who would listen, that he had not put his name in the goblet. But explanations meant nothing against the evidence of the 4th name that had fluttered from the blue flames. "He did not do it," said a quiet voice. The common room went still. Daphne Greengrass had risen from her chair. She did not speak loudly. She never did. But her words carried in the silence like stones dropped into still water. "And how would you know?" Pansy Parkinson demanded. "Because I have watched him for 3 years," Daphne said. "Potter does not seek attention. Attention seeks him. It always has. And if you cannot tell the difference between ambition and circumstance by now, Pansy, then you have learned nothing in this house." She sat down. The silence stretched. Then Blaise Zabini, who had been examining his fingernails with theatrical disinterest, looked up and said, "She has a point. The boy who lived is many things, but subtle is not one of them. If he wanted to enter the tournament, he would have announced it at breakfast and dared anyone to stop him." A few people laughed. It was not a warm laugh, but it was not hostile either. It was the laugh of a house that was, for the first time in its history, learning to question its own assumptions. Harry caught Daphne's eye across the room. She did not nod this time. She simply held his gaze for a moment, and then returned to her book as though nothing had happened. But something had happened. The cracks in the old Slytherin were spreading. The graveyard in Little Hangleton was the darkest place Harry had ever stood. Cedric Diggory was dead. The portkey that was supposed to carry them both back to the Quidditch pitch had instead delivered them to a nightmare of old stones and cold earth and a cauldron bubbling with something that smelled of death. Peter Pettigrew, Wormtail, the traitor who had escaped 2 years ago, was crouching beside it, and in his arms was a thing that Harry could not look at for long. It was small and twisted and vaguely human, with red eyes that burned in the darkness. They bound Harry to a gravestone. The name on it was his father's. Wormtail cut Harry's arm and let the blood fall into the cauldron. And then he lowered the twisted thing into the brew, and the cauldron erupted with white steam that blotted out the stars. When it cleared, Voldemort was standing before him. He was tall and white and serpentine, with a face that was more skull than flesh. His red eyes gleamed with triumph, and when he spoke, his voice was high and cold and utterly inhuman. He summoned his Death Eaters, masked figures who appeared from the darkness and cracks of black smoke. And he walked among them, naming them, shaming those who had not sought him, praising those who had. Lucius Malfoy was there, and Harry thought of Draco, asleep in the dormitory beneath the lake, and wondered if Draco knew what his father was. And then Voldemort turned to Harry. "Harry Potter," he said, and his voice was almost gentle, almost admiring. "You stand here in the robes of Slytherin House, having survived 14 years of my attempts to destroy you. You have Slytherin's cunning. You have Slytherin's resourcefulness. You are more like me than you know. Join me. I can teach you greatness. I can give you power beyond your imagination. All you have to do is bow." Harry thought of the common room beneath the lake, of Daphne's quiet nod and Blais's dry defense, of Ron's grudging respect and Hermione's unwavering support, of Sirius, somewhere in hiding, who had rejected his own family's darkness, of his parents, who had died to protect him, of Dumbledore, who had told him that love was the one power Voldemort could never understand. "I know what greatness means to you," Harry said. "I have seen your work." Voldemort's expression changed. The false gentleness vanished, replaced by something cold and ancient and infinitely dangerous. "Then you will die with your defiance," he said, and he raised his wand. What followed was something Harry would carry in his memory for the rest of his life. 2 wands connected by a golden thread of light, a dome of magic that enclosed them both, and within it, echoes of Voldemort's victims emerging from his wand. Cedric first, then an old man Harry did not know, then a woman he did, and then 2 figures who stopped Harry's heart. James Potter, tall and messy-haired, the image of the boy Harry saw in the mirror of Arist every time he looked, and Lily Potter, her eyes the same green as Harry's own, her face gentle even in death. They did not touch him. They could not, but they looked at him, and his mother spoke. "Hold on, Harry. We will give you time. You must get to the portkey." Harry held on. The golden thread held, and when the connection broke and the ghostly figures rushed at Voldemort, Harry broke free from the gravestone, summoned the Triwizard Cup, and grabbed Cedric's body as the portkey pulled him away. He landed on the Quidditch pitch, and the crowd that had been cheering fell silent. Harry did not let go of Cedric. He could not let go. The grief was a weight that pressed him into the earth, and only when Dumbledore's hands closed over his own did Harry release his grip. "He is back," Harry said. "Voldemort is back." The Slytherin common room the following night was the quietest Harry had ever heard it. He stood before the fire, not by choice, but because there was nowhere else to go. The room was packed. Every Slytherin in the school was there, and they were all watching him. Some with fear, some with disbelief, some with the particular stillness of people who were waiting to see which way the wind would blow. Harry did not make a speech. He simply told them what had happened. He named the Death Eaters he had seen. He named Lucius Malfoy. And when he said that name, Draco stood up from his chair by the window and walked out of the common room without looking back. Crabbe and Goyle followed him. Pansy Parkinson hesitated, then went after them, but others stayed. My father was not there, Daphne Greengrass said into the silence. It was not a defense. It was a fact, stated in the same quiet, measured voice she used for everything. But it mattered. It was a line drawn in the green-lit dark. One family, at least, had not answered Voldemort's call. Blaise nodded once. Theodore Knott stared at the floor. A fifth-year girl Harry barely knew. Millicent Bulstrode's cousin, maybe, was crying silently in the corner. And Tracy Davis, the half-blood who had spent 4 years perfecting the art of being invisible, looked at Harry with an expression that was not fear and not hope, but something in between, something that was beginning to look like a decision. "We have to choose," Harry said. "Every family in this room, every person. The Dark Lord is back, and he will call for loyalty. And when that call comes, you will have to decide what Slytherin means. Not what it meant 1,000 years ago. Not what it meant 50 years ago, when Tom Riddle walked these halls. What it means now, tonight, tomorrow. What you want it to mean for the people who come after you." He did not wait for an answer. He did not think there was one yet. He walked to his dormitory, and the silence followed him up the stairs like a tide. Dolores Umbridge arrived at Hogwarts like a disease. She wore pink and spoke in a girlish simper that made everything she said feel coated in sugar. But her decrees were iron. The Ministry of Magic, led by Cornelius Fudge, had decided that Voldemort's return was a lie and that Dumbledore was plotting to seize power. Umbridge was their instrument, first as defense against the dark arts teacher, then as High Inquisitor, then as headmistress. She banned practical magic in her classes. She banned student organizations. She banned the truth. And so, in the autumn of Harry's 5th year, Dumbledore's army was born. The room of requirement had transformed itself into a training hall. Cushions lined the walls. Practice dummies stood at intervals across the floor. And students from all 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and a small, quiet contingent of Slytherins, were standing in an awkward semicircle, eyeing each other with the wariness of cats, meeting in a strange alley. Harry stood at the center. "You all know why we are here," he said. "Umbridge will not teach us to defend ourselves. The Ministry will not admit there is anything to defend against. So we will teach ourselves." The Gryffindors had come in force. Ron, Hermione, Neville, Ginny, Fred and George, and a dozen others. The Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs had sent their best. And then there were the Slytherins. Daphne Greengrass had arrived first, her expression calm and unreadable as always. Blaise Zabini had followed a minute later, moving through the door with the same detached elegance he brought to everything. And then, to Harry's surprise, a girl he barely recognized had slipped through after them. Tracy Davis, the quiet half-blood from his own year, who had never spoken to him directly, but who had been watching him from the edges of the common room for 4 years. The Gryffindors stared. Neville Longbottom, who had been terrified of Slytherins for his entire Hogwarts career, took an involuntary step backward. Ron's hand went to his wand. "In here," Harry said, stepping between the groups. "You are not your house. You are someone who wants to fight. That is the only thing that matters." He paired Neville with Blaise for the first disarming exercise. The room held its breath. Neville's hand was shaking. Blaise's expression was the careful blankness of someone who is not going to give anyone the satisfaction of seeing him react. But when Neville's spell caught Blaise's wand and sent it spinning across the room, something shifted. Neville blinked. Blaise retrieved his wand with a nod that might, in a certain light, have been respect, and the room exhaled. It was not unity, it was not friendship, but it was a beginning. 4 houses, training together, learning to trust each other, one spell at a time, and at the center of it, wearing green and silver among the red and gold, Harry Potter taught them all to fight. The Slytherin common room had become a surveillance state. Draco Malfoy had been appointed to Umbridge's inquisitorial squad, and along with his badge had come a new kind of authority. He watched the common room like a predator. Anyone who spoke to Harry for too long was noted. Anyone who left the common room at odd hours was reported. Pansy Parkinson had become his lieutenant. Her gossip sharpened into a weapon. Harry and Daphne developed a code. "Did you finish the potions essay?" Daphne asked him one evening, her voice carrying across the common room with perfect casualness. "Nearly," Harry said. "I had trouble with the section on moonstone properties." Moonstone meant the room of requirement. Potions essay meant the next DA meeting. The code was clumsy and transparent in retrospect, but it worked. Draco, who was listening from his chair by the fire, heard only homework. Pansy, who was filing her nails beside him, heard only boredom. And the DA continued to meet, and the Slytherins continued to attend, and the house that was supposed to be Umbridge's ally was quietly undermining her from within. It was exhausting. Harry had learned to read the common room like a battlefield map. Who was watching? Who was pretending not to watch? Who could be trusted and who could not? He slept less than he ever had. The green light from the enchanted windows, which had once felt mysterious and strange, now felt like the light of a cell. But there were compensations. One night, very late, Harry found Tracy Davis in the common room, sitting alone by the windows, with a charms textbook open in her lap. She looked up when he entered, and for a moment, her expression was the startled vulnerability of someone who had been caught in a private moment. Then she composed herself. "The Patronus charm," she said, tilting the book so he could see. "I have been practicing. It is harder than it looks." "Why?" Harry asked. He sat down across from her. It was the first real conversation they had ever had. Tracy was quiet for a moment. "Because I am a half-blood in Slytherin," she said. "My father is a Muggle accountant in Swindon. My mother is a witch from a family nobody has heard of. I have spent 5 years being beneath everyone's notice. It has kept me safe, but it will not keep me safe anymore." She looked at him and her eyes were steady. "I want to fight, and I want to know that when the Dementors come, I can protect the people I care about, including my father." Harry nodded. "The Patronus is about the happiest memory you have. It does not need to be a big one, just something true." Tracy considered this. Then she raised her wand, and her expression shifted. Not to happiness, exactly, but to something fierce and quiet and entirely her own. Expecto Patronum, she whispered, and from the tip of her wand burst a small silver creature. A fox, Harry thought, or perhaps a ferret, that circled her head once before fading. Tracy lowered her wand. Her hands were shaking, but she was smiling. "Thank you," she said. Harry did not ask what memory she had used. Some things in Slytherin were still private. The cost of defiance mounted week by week. Draco's inquisitorial squad had begun searching dormitories. Daphne's trunk was turned out twice. Her family's correspondence rifled through. Her mother's letters read aloud in the common room by Pansy Parkinson with theatrical disgust. The green grasses had always been politically neutral, and neutrality in Umbridge's Hogwarts was indistinguishable from treason. Draco watched these humiliations from his chair by the fire, his expression unreadable, and Harry could not tell whether the flicker in his pale eyes was satisfaction or something closer to shame. Blay handled the pressure differently. His mother's reputation, the beautiful widow Zabini, whose 7 husbands had all died under circumstances that no one discussed openly, provided a kind of armored ambiguity. No one was certain what the Zabinis believed, and that uncertainty was its own protection. But Harry noticed that Blay had stopped standing near the windows at night. He had stopped lingering in the common room after hours. He moved through Slytherin territory now like a man crossing a frozen lake, testing every step. Tracy had it worst of all. As a half-blood, she had no family name to shield her and no political value to trade. When Millicent Bulstrode's cousin reported her for suspicious behavior, which meant practicing defensive charms in an abandoned classroom, Umbridge summoned Tracy to her office for a private detention. Tracy returned 3 hours later with her left hand wrapped in bandages and her expression utterly blank. She told no one what had happened. She did not need to. Everyone in Slytherin knew what Umbridge's special quill did, and the knowledge spread through the house like cold water. Some of the younger Slytherins, 3rd years, 4th years, looked at Tracy's bandaged hand and then looked at Harry with something new in their eyes. Not trust? Not yet. But the first stirrings of a question they had never been allowed to ask. That night, Harry sat beside Tracy in the common room. Neither of them spoke. The green light from the lake moved across the floor in slow, liquid patterns. After a long time, Tracy looked at her bandaged hand and said very quietly, "It says, I must not resist authority. Only it does not say authority. It says, I must not resist. That is what they want, is it not? For people like me to simply not resist. To accept whatever comes." Harry did not have an answer that made any of it better, but he stayed beside her until the fire burned down to embers. And when she finally went to bed, she paused at the stairs and looked back at him. "I am not going to stop," she said. "The DA meetings, the practicing, any of it." Her voice was still quiet, but there was iron beneath it. "That is what they do not understand about half-bloods. We have been resisting our whole lives." The Department of Mysteries was a trap. Harry had known it as soon as they arrived. The dark corridors, the Death Eaters waiting in the shadows, the prophecy that Voldemort had spent a year trying to steal. But Sirius was here. Sirius was somewhere in this maze of black glass and whispering doors, and Harry would burn the ministry to the ground before he let his godfather die. The DA had come with him: Ron, Hermione, Neville, Ginny, Luna, and Daphne, Blaise, and Tracy in their green and silver, fighting beside Gryffindors and Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, as though the house colors meant nothing at all. They had come because Harry had asked, because Umbridge had been removed from power, because the moment of choice had arrived, and they had all chosen the same thing. The battle in the Hall of Prophecy was chaos. Spells flew in every color of the rainbow. Glass spheres shattered, releasing ghostly voices that spoke fragments of futures that would never be. The Death Eaters were too many and too strong, and the DA was being driven back toward the door that led to the Death Chamber. The room with the stone dais and the tattered veil that whispered and billowed with no wind. Lucius Malfoy was leading the Death Eaters. Harry saw him across the room. Draco's father, his pale hair catching the eerie light of the prophecy globes. He was advancing on Luna, who had been separated from the group, her wand raised, but her expression dreamily unconcerned. And then Daphne Greengrass stepped between them. Daphne did not speak. She did not challenge. She simply raised her wand and cast a spell that Harry had never seen before. A blinding silver flash, a Greengrass family charm designed for escape rather than attack. It caught Lucius across the eyes. He staggered, cursing, his own spell going wild. And in the moment of his blindness, Blaise Zabini, who had been covering Daphne's position throughout the battle as they had drilled in the room of requirement, stepped into the clear line and cast a stunner that hit Lucius Malfoy square in the chest. The Death Eater crumpled. Blaise lowered his wand. His expression was as calm as ever, but his hands, Harry could see his hands, were trembling. "Tracy," Daphne said, and then she collapsed. The curse that had been meant for Luna had grazed her as she fell. Her robes were dark with blood. Tracy Davis, small and quiet and invisible, was at her side in an instant, pressing a cloak to the wound with hands that did not shake. "She needs a healer," Tracy said, and her voice was steady. Now, the Order of the Phoenix arrived a moment later, Sirius at their head, his face alight with the joy of battle, the years of imprisonment falling away in the blaze of spellfire. He fought beside Harry, the two of them moving together as though they had done it 1,000 times. And for a few shining minutes, Harry believed they would win. But Bellatrix Lestrange was there. And when her curse hit Sirius in the chest, and Sirius fell backward, through the veil with a look of surprise that would haunt Harry for the rest of his life, the world stopped. Harry did not remember the rest of the battle. He remembered only the veil and the silence where his godfather's voice had been, and the way Lupin had held him back as he tried to follow. And he remembered, later, in the aftermath, looking at the students who had come with him. Ron with a cut across his cheek, Hermione with her arm in a sling, Neville with his nose broken and his eyes blazing with a fury Harry had never seen, Luna with a bruise forming on her temple, and Daphne, pale but conscious, her arm around Tracy's shoulders, Blaise standing guard beside them both. "Stay together," Lupin said. Sirius's last words passed through the veil like a final gift. Harry looked at his friends, Gryffindors and Slytherins, standing together in the wreckage of the Ministry, and he understood for the first time that he was not alone. He had never been alone. He had been building this coalition, this army, this impossible alliance of 4 houses, since the moment the Sorting Hat had called out a name he had not protested. Draco Malfoy was disappearing. It had started in September, at the beginning of their 6th year. Draco was thinner, paler. The swagger that had defined him for 5 years had been replaced by a brittle stillness. And when he thought no one was watching, his face held the hollow terror of someone who had seen the abyss and knew it was waiting for him. Harry had been watching him for weeks. He had seen Draco slip away from meals, from classes, from the common room at hours that made no sense. He had seen him in the corridor near the room of requirement, his expression furtive and hunted. And he had heard him once, very late, in the bathroom on the 6th floor, weeping. The room of requirement had revealed its secret to Harry eventually. A vanishing cabinet. Draco was repairing it, trying to create a passage into Hogwarts that bypassed all the castle's protections. The Death Eaters were coming. It was past midnight when Harry found Draco alone in their dormitory. The other boys were asleep. Crabbe and Goyle snoring in their usual corners, Knots breathing slow and regular, Blaze curtains drawn to tight. Only the green light from the enchanted windows illuminated the room, and in that light, Draco Malfoy looked like a ghost of himself. Harry sat on the edge of Draco's bed. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. 6 years of rivalry and proximity, and the strange, unresolved thing between them hung in the air like smoke. "Whatever he is making you do," Harry said quietly, "it will not save you. I know him. I have faced him. He will destroy you and call it loyalty." Draco's face contorted. For a moment, the mask slipped entirely, and Harry saw the terrified boy beneath. The boy who had been given an impossible task, who had been told that his family's survival depended on his success, who was crumbling under a weight that no 16-year-old should ever have to carry. "You do not understand," Draco whispered. "He will kill my mother." The words hung in the underwater silence. Harry looked at Draco, at the dark circles beneath his eyes, at the hands that were gripping the green coverlet like a lifeline, and felt something shift inside him. The hatred that had defined their relationship for 6 years was still there, but it was no longer the only thing. Beneath it, or beside it, or tangled up in it, was something else. Pity, recognition, the understanding that Draco was not his enemy. Draco was a hostage. "I am not going to turn you in," Harry said, "but I am not going to let you do this either. There has to be another way." "There is no other way," Draco said, and the mask slid back into place, harder than before. "There never was?" He turned away from Harry, facing the wall. The conversation was over. Harry sat on the edge of the bed for a long moment, watching the green waterlight move across the ceiling. Then he stood and walked back to his own bed. Neither of them slept that night. The weeks that followed were a slow-motion collapse. Draco stopped coming to meals. When he did appear in the common room, he was flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, who had become less companions than guards. The younger Slytherins had begun to avoid him, not out of principle, but out of the instinctive self-preservation of children who sensed that someone was drowning and did not want to be pulled under. Pansy Parkinson, who had spent 6 years orbiting Draco like a satellite, now looked at him with an expression that was equal parts fear and calculation. She was, Harry realized, deciding when to abandon ship. The political map of Slytherin House was shifting in ways that no one discussed openly, but everyone understood. The old alliances, pure-blood families bound by marriage and mutual interest, were fracturing under the pressure of Voldemort's demands. Some families, like the Knots and the Crabs, had committed fully to the Dark Lord. Others, like the Greengrasses and the Zabinis, were maintaining a precarious neutrality that grew more dangerous by the day. And a very few, were quietly looking for an exit that did not exist. Daphne brought Harry a piece of parchment one evening, folded so small it fit in her palm. It was a list of names, Slytherin students and their families, annotated in her precise handwriting. Next to each name was a single symbol, a serpent for those committed to Voldemort, a blank circle for those still neutral, and next to 3 names, including her own, a small, carefully drawn phoenix. "My father asked me to compile it," she said. Her voice was flat, but her hands were not quite steady. "He wanted to know who could be trusted. I told him I trusted you." Harry looked at the parchment. 3 phoenixes. 3 families willing to stand against the Dark Lord from inside the house of his most loyal followers. It was not enough to win a war, but it was enough to start one. "Keep it," Daphne said. "When the time comes, you will know who to call." She walked away before he could thank her. But that night, Harry folded the parchment into his pocket, and he carried it with him through everything that followed. The astronomy tower was the highest point of Hogwarts, and on the night of June 30th, it was the darkest place in the castle. Harry was frozen beneath his invisibility cloak, Dumbledore's body immobilizing curse holding him against the wall. He could not move. He could not speak. He could only watch as the door to the ramparts burst open and Draco Malfoy stumbled through, his wand raised in a hand that shook so badly Harry could see it from across the tower. Dumbledore was standing at the parapet, his back to the door. When he turned, his expression was calm. "Good evening, Draco," he said, as though they had met in the corridor between classes. "What brings you here on this fine summer night?" Death Eaters emerged through the stairwell doorway behind Draco. The vanishing cabinet had worked, giving them a path from the room of requirement into the castle and up the tower. They fanned out across the ramparts, masked and silent, their wands trained on the headmaster. But it was Draco they were all watching. Draco, who had been given the task of killing Albus Dumbledore. Draco, who had failed at every step of his mission. Draco, who was now facing the greatest wizard in the world with a wand he could barely hold. "You do not have to do this," Dumbledore said. His voice was gentle. "Draco, you are not a killer." Draco's wand wavered. His face was a mask of anguish. The Death Eaters behind him were growing impatient. One of them, a woman with wild dark hair that Harry recognized as Bellatrix Lestrange, was hissing instructions. But Draco did not fire. He could not. And then the door burst open a second time, and Severus Snape walked through. Harry felt something break inside his chest. Snape, his head of house, the man who had taught him potions for 6 years, the man who had looked at Harry's mother's eyes and spoken of her skill, the man who had been cold and unpredictable and impossible to understand, was here. And Harry, frozen and invisible, could not stop what was about to happen. "Severus," Dumbledore said, and then, more quietly, "Please." Snape raised his wand. His face was expressionless. Occlumency, Harry realized later, the complete and total suppression of every emotion, because what he was about to do would destroy him if he allowed himself to feel it. The curse left his wand in a flash of green light. It hit Dumbledore in the chest, and the headmaster, the only wizard Voldemort had ever feared, the man who had guided Harry through 6 years of danger and discovery and loss, arced backward over the parapet and fell into the darkness. The dark mark bloomed green above the castle. Harry's body-immobilizing curse broke with Dumbledore's death. He was free. He was running down the stairs, through the corridors, after Snape and the Death Eaters, and everything in him was fire and fury and a grief so vast that it had no name. He caught up to them on the grounds. Snape turned to face him, and Harry raised his wand. "Fight back," Harry said. "Fight back, you coward." But Snape did not fight. He deflected Harry's curses with a casual ease that spoke of decades of experience. And when another Death Eater tried to intervene, Snape stopped him. "He belongs to the Dark Lord," Snape said, and his voice was the same cold, measured voice he had always used. But his eyes, for just a moment before he turned to flee, met Harry's. And in those black eyes, Harry saw something that made no sense. Not triumph, not hatred. Something that looked impossibly like despair. Then Snape was gone, and Harry was alone on the dark lawn, and Dumbledore was dead, and the world had ended. The Slytherin common room on the night after Dumbledore's funeral was half empty. Families had pulled their children out of Hogwarts within hours of the headmaster's death. The ones who remained: Daphne, Blaise, Tracy, a handful of younger students whose families were too frightened to act or too principled to flee, sat in small clusters near the fire, speaking in whispers. The green light from the lake, which had once felt mysterious and strange, now felt like the light of a tomb. Harry was packing his trunk. He was not returning to Hogwarts. There was too much to do, Horcruxes to find, a war to fight, a destiny that Dumbledore had left him like a final, terrible gift. But before he left, he had one more thing to do. He walked down to the common room one last time. Blaise met him at the foot of the stairs. "We are leaving too," he said. His voice was calm, as always, but there was something beneath it, a weight, a decision. "Our families are frightened. Daphne's parents have gone to ground. My mother is in Italy. Tracy is staying with an aunt in London." Harry nodded. He had expected this. "But," Blaise said, and he hesitated. Blaise Zabini, who never hesitated. "When you need us, send word, however you can. The coins still work. We will come." Daphne appeared beside him. Her arm was still in a sling from the Department of Mysteries, but her expression was as steady as ever. "I made a promise to myself after the Chamber of Secrets," she said. "I told myself that if Harry Potter could walk into Salazar Slytherin's chamber and kill his monster, then I could walk out of my family's silence and choose a side. I have chosen. When you call, I will answer." Tracy was the last to approach. She was small and quiet and, in that moment, entirely visible. "My father's a muggle," she said. "Voldemort's people will come for him eventually. The only way to protect him is to stop them before they do. I am with you. All of us are." Harry looked at the three of them, Daphne, Blaise, Tracy, standing in the green-lit common room, the last Slytherins who had chosen. The house was not what it had been. It was broken, divided, uncertain, but the part of it that remained, the part that had chosen Harry over blood purity, that had chosen courage over safety, that had chosen to fight, was stronger than it had ever been. "When I call," Harry said, "you will know." He He climbed the stairs to his dormitory one last time. Draco's bed was empty. His trunk was gone. The enchanted window showed only dark water. The giant squid nowhere to be seen. Harry lay down on his green coverlet and watched the lake for a long time. Then he closed his eyes, but he did not sleep. There was no sleep left in him. The room of requirement was packed. It was May of 1998. Harry had returned to Hogwarts through the Hog's Head passage. The castle was a fortress. Snape as headmaster, the Carrows as his enforcers. But Neville Longbottom had rebuilt the DA, and the room of requirement was its headquarters. Harry stood before them, the Order of the Phoenix, the DA, the students who had stayed to fight, and told them what he needed. Voldemort is coming tonight. I need to find something of Ravenclaw's before the battle starts. Something of hers. If any of you know anything, any legend, any rumor, any scrap of information, I need to hear it now. The door opened, and Harry stopped speaking. Daphne Greengrass walked through the passage, wand in hand. Behind her came Blaise Zabini, his eyes sharp. Then Tracy Davis with healing supplies. Then a dozen other Slytherins, their faces ranging from determination to terror. You called, Daphne said. We came. The room fell silent. Neville Longbottom stepped forward and extended his hand to Blaise. Welcome back. Blaise took it. We never left, he said. The first assault came at midnight. Death Eaters breached the walls. Spells tore through the night sky. The defenders fell back through the corridors, giving ground grudgingly, buying time for the evacuation of the younger students. Harry saw Daphne dueling her own cousin, a Greengrass who had taken the dark mark. When her cousin fell, Daphne lowered her wand, her face carrying a price Harry knew she would carry forever. He saw Blay and Neville back to back in a corridor, facing 3 masked Death Eaters. Blay moved with the precision of someone trained for this his whole life. Neville moved with raw, blazing courage. Together, they held the corridor until all 3 attackers were down. He saw Tracy Davis kneeling in a shattered classroom, healing a wounded Hufflepuff. The same steady voice that had once promised to protect her Muggle father. The assault lasted hours. Remus and Tonks fell. Fred fell. Colin Creevey, still underage and refusing to leave, fell. 50 names Harry would carry for the rest of his life. But the defenders held, and a temporary lull settled over the castle as Voldemort's forces regrouped. In that lull, Harry went to find Snape. The Shrieking Shack was exactly as Harry remembered it. Cold, derelict, haunted by memories of the night Sirius had nearly been taken by the Dementors. But tonight, it held a different horror. Snape was dying on the floor, blood pooling beneath him. Voldemort and Nagini had already left the shack, and their absence made the silence feel even colder. Harry slipped through the gap in the wall as his head of house released silvery strands of memory and urged him to collect them in a flask. Take them, Snape whispered. His voice was barely audible, each word a labor. Take them. Look at me. Harry stepped forward. Snape's black eyes found his. And in the moment of death, Harry saw something that stopped his breath. Not hatred, not coldness. Something that had been hidden behind 6 years of occlumency walls. Look at me, Snape said again, and then the light left his eyes. Harry knelt beside the body of the man who had taught him potions, who had been his head of house, who had been cold and cutting and impossible to understand, and who had just given him his dying breath. He did not weep. Not yet. But he took the flask of memories and he carried them to the headmaster's office. The pensieve was waiting. Harry climbed the stairs to the office that had once been Dumbledore's. The stone pensieve stood on its cabinet, waiting for him as though it had always known he would come. He poured the silvery strands into the bowl and plunged his face into the cool, liquid memory. What he saw changed everything. A thin, dark-haired boy in a Cokeworth playground, watching two girls on a swing. One of them had red hair and green eyes, and the boy was looking at her with an expression of helpless, absolute devotion. Lily Evans, aged 10. Severus Snape, aged 10. The beginning of a story that would end 40 years later in a shack by the sea. The memories unspool like thread from a broken spindle. Snape and Lily at Hogwarts, friends despite their houses, drifting apart as Snape fell in with the Death Eater crowd. Snape begging Dumbledore to hide Lily, hide them all, hide her husband and child, hide everyone, just keep her safe. Snape agreeing to protect Harry, her son with her eyes, in exchange for a promise that no one could ever know. And then the hardest memory, Dumbledore telling Snape that Harry had to die because the soul fragment in his scar made him an unintended Horcrux. Snape recoiled at the revelation. His fury made the accusation plain. Dumbledore had protected the boy only to prepare him for a carefully timed sacrifice. But he had done it anyway. He had protected Harry, coldly, distantly, giving him nothing that might compromise his cover, for 7 years. He had cast the silver doe Patronus into the forest of Dean to guide Harry to the sword of Gryffindor. He had died looking into Lily's eyes in her son's face. Harry surfaced from the pensieve and understood. Not forgiveness. Some wounds ran too deep for forgiveness. But truth. His head of house had loved his mother and protected her son for 17 years beneath a mask of cold disdain. Harry accepted that truth, and then he accepted the other truth the pensieve had shown him. Voldemort's soul fragment lived inside him. He would have to die. He walked out of the office, down through the castle, past the wounded and the defenders. He walked into the forbidden forest, into the dark where acromantulas scuttled and dementors waited. And as he walked, for the first time in 7 years, the green of Slytherin felt like courage. Harry did not die. Not permanently. What happened in the forest, the resurrection stone, the ghosts of his parents and Sirius and Remus, the ghostly King's Cross where Dumbledore's shade explained everything. Harry would tell only a few people. What mattered was that he came back. Voldemort's curse destroyed the Horcrux, but left Harry alive. Hagrid carried him to the castle, and Harry lay still in his arms, waiting for the moment. It came in the great hall. Neville Longbottom, bleeding and defiant, stepped forward, and, with a single stroke of Gryffindor's sword, cut off Nagini's head. The last Horcrux was destroyed, and in that moment, Harry rolled from Hagrid's arms and the battle resumed. The final battle. The one that would end everything. Voldemort fell in the great hall, defeated by his own rebounding curse. Harry was already the Elder Wand's true master, but he chose not to keep it. After using it to repair his own wand, he intended to return it to Dumbledore's tomb and let its allegiance end with him. He walked through the ruined castle, past the defenders treating wounds and counting dead. He had one more stop to make. The The Slytherin common room was damaged but still standing. A seam in the stone beside one enchanted window had split, leaving the wall dark with damp, but the glass still held against the lake. The fire was burning. Daphne was there, her head on Blaze's shoulder. Tracy knelt beside a wounded student, her healing magic still glowing at her fingertips. Other Slytherins were scattered across the leather sofas, sleeping, staring at nothing, holding each other. No one was speaking. There was nothing to say. They had done what they had come to do. Harry sat in his chair by the fire. Beyond the cracked window, the giant squid drifted past, slow and exhausted. Harry watched it disappear into the dark water. He thought about Snape, the boy in the Cokeworth playground, who had loved a girl with red hair and green eyes. The man who had carried that love through 40 years of darkness and loss, and had finally, at the very end, been asked to give everything. Harry did not forgive. Some wounds were too deep, and the damage was too real, but understanding felt like the beginning of peace. He closed his eyes. The water's hush filled the room. Somewhere above, someone was singing, mourning and celebration at once. Beneath the lake, Harry Potter let the current carry him toward sleep. He was home. He had always been home. It had just taken 7 years to understand it. September came, and with it, the first sorting ceremony of the new era. Harry had returned to help with rebuilding. The great hall had been restored, and the enchanted ceiling showed a clear September night. The same kind of night as 7 years ago, when an 11-year-old boy had walked to the stool and made no protest. He sat at the staff table as McGonagall's invited guest. Not a student, not exactly, but a Slytherin who had proven that houses are made by choices, not founders. Somewhere above, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's portrait slept peacefully in its frame, and Harry took comfort in knowing it was there, watching over the school as it always had. The Sorting Hat sang of unity and second chances. McGonagall called the names. Students walked to the stool. The hat deliberated. Houses were announced. And then a small girl with dark hair and a round face walked nervously to the stool, and the hat sat on her head for nearly a minute before announcing, in a voice that carried to every corner of the hall, "Slytherin." The girl looked up, frightened. Harry caught her eye from the staff table and nodded once. The same nod Daphne Greengrass had given him 7 years and a lifetime ago. The girl walked to the Slytherin table. The students in green made room for her, and the applause that followed, from all 4 tables, from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw and Slytherin alike, was the sound of a world learning to change. Harry watched the girl take her seat, watched an older Slytherin girl lean over to say something that made her smile, watched the house that had been his home, the house he had entered as a stranger and left as something else, begin its long, slow, uncertain journey toward the future. He thought of Daphne's quiet nod, Blaze's steady hand, Tracy's invisible courage, of Draco, somewhere in the world, carrying his choices, of Snape, who had loved his mother and died without thanks, of the moment he chose not to argue with the hat. He had not chosen Slytherin, but Slytherin had chosen him, and he had spent 7 years showing it what that choice could mean. Everything was different now. Everything was the same. And that, Harry thought, as the first course appeared before him, and the noise of the feast rose around him like a tide, was exactly as it should be.